down. What's that thing called when you meet somebody and you feel like you're walking on a cloud? And every step you made all your life, wrong or right, led you to this place right here, right now. You know, it's like when you were at work and you said to yourself, you know, I'm gonna have a good time tonight. I'm gonna go out. So you put on your favorite shoes or you put on your favorite jeans and you get into the mood. That chill up your spine because the DJ's playing your favorite songs back to back, and you're not in yet, but soon you know you're gonna be. Oh man, what's that feeling called again? What's that feeling called when finally you're in and you're standing in the middle of the floor and you open your arms real wide to accept those vibes, all those positive vibes, and your family's there, and all those people that are experiencing the same thing that you are experiencing at that moment in time. What's that called again? It's a spiritual thing. House music. Like when you were at work and you said to yourself, you know, I'm gonna have a good time tonight. I'm gonna go out. So you put on your favorite shoes or you put on your favorite jeans and you get into the mood. The DJ's playing your favorite songs back to back, and you're not in yet, but soon you know you're gonna be. Oh man, what's that feeling called again? What's that feeling called when finally you're in and you're standing in the middle of the floor and you open your arms real wide to accept those vibes, all those positive vibes, and your family's there, and all those people that are experiencing the same thing that you are experiencing at that moment in time. What's that called again? It's a spiritual thing. House music. It's a spiritual thing. House music. Get on down.
Medio Willy Colón, carne de chivo, sopa de chivo, bistec de chivo, arroz Shut the door.
Oye, justo, se le soltó el chivo a Pacheco otra vez. Medio Willy Colón. Carne de chivo, sopa de chivo, bistec de chivo, arroz con chivo. Soda de chivo. No. Ice cream de chivo. Hamburger de chivo. Chicken noodles de chivo. Así se toca, mi hermano.
Shut the door.
Chivo en marcha. Decían que no llegaba y aquí llegó.
I gotta talk at some time, I think. Hello. Thank y'all for being here. This is Verde Robusto. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on Facebook and on YouTube. And thank y'all for being here. I am, generally speaking, in the section where we're talking about amplitude. I'm some of these live streams are just barely on topic of anything that, where I started my stated clear intention. Here in the thing, I leave that up, stated clear intention, because when I post this, I want there to be a direction to this, and yet when I read the chats, sometimes I wind up getting off topic, and I myself have gotten myself off topic. and so my live streams, more so than the recorded videos, tend to get they're all over the place. Kind of, it seems like my life sometimes, just like, all right, it's meaning to go somewhere here, but by the end of the day, it's like, well, nowhere close to where I had wanted to, or I intended on starting out. So that's, I think, and a lot of people actually have that experience too, and that just may be me. Um, so welcome. It's anyway, I had wanted to do. I have the studio set up. I have the ability. I wanted to do a live stream, give people a chance to talk about the Schumann resonances and things that are related to that. Um, and I will try to generally keep this within the scope of the amplitude. What we're talking about with amplitude is the electric component. That said, I was just before I came on. Um, One of the things that we were looking at is the antenna maker from Cumiana in Italy, and this is an induction coil. Okay, well, the induction coil is what measures the magnetics, and the magnetics are the quality, and that's not the amplitude. So as I looked at that, I said, well, this doesn't quite fit in with the lesson that, what I had in mind. There was one of the videos where I had started out talking about where I started out talking about amplitude and didn't really stay on track. I don't know. Sometimes it's more fun to get lost and just see, oh, I wasn't expecting this. As I was on just here while I was, before the show, getting ready, looking up the information, I happened to come across this, and I thought it was fascinating. This is data from Italy, Cumiana, and this is where, not that is where, this is where, as I was reading in Disclosure News, getting ready for the program, all right, so they have this. This is the one that people were seeing the big spike. If you remember, any of you, the three of you who are here right now, remember that the crazy spike that we had up to 811,000 or whatever. Well, it's from this station here that's measuring it over an earthquake land that is measuring that. Okay. So Disclosure News, who had this is our reference source of the Schumann. The name of the show is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics. This is the station that gathers information on the Schumann resonances. These are the Schumann resonances. Okay, so as we're looking at the Schumann resonance from the other place in Italy, you see this red line that represents the 50 hertz AC power line of the local power grid. All right, and somewhere in the comments, the chat rather. Where did I put it? Oh, okay, here. Somewhere in the chat, you can see where I put it here. There was a quote that I took from them. There was two quotes. One was also the cars passing 25 meters away from the sensor leave their trace in the area below 10 hertz. Okay, that's important to note. And then, right, and then the other one they said, Schumann resonances are almost always visible when not covered by local noise, covering from 130 kilovolt high power line. All right, so back there. All right. So I wanted to point that out, that it's really important to understand that the local interference plays a big part in what you're seeing and in oddball random anomalies. And these are people that operate the antenna that are telling you local interference is causing peaks and spikes and doohickeys and wherewithal. And here's a good example, a well-known example of local interference at 50 hertz. 50, you see that right there? 50, bam. It's like 51, actually. It's not quite 50. It's like just a hair above it. But that's the AC power grid. Okay. But you'll see right here these flat lines of the Schumann resonances right here. This is on the electric side of those Schumann resonances. Okay. Now you notice, I'm going to show you something while we're here, the 5 of you. You'll learn something, hopefully. All right. So you'll see that the strength of these Schumann resonances here, as I measure it, is fairly consistent. You know, it's a fairly straight line, a flat line. I don't know how to say it. You know, it's like it represents like a guitar string, if you will. You can see the different strings here going all the way up to this one here, way up. You even can see this one here at, you know, you have 7, 8, 14, 4, 21, 28-ish, 33. Then you have this one here is like 45, you know, 45, 46-ish, you know. And then you have this one up there. All right. So you see this, just comparing these two, their way of measuring. All right. You have this one here. This is the 7.8 primary, our first fixed frequency of the harmonic. Okay, so that's 7.83. What did I do? All right. All right, so I want you to look at that, compare that. You see that line, and then let's go way up to the top here. Okay. At the other one that we're looking at, which is, I think this one here, is that it? Hold on. Click on it. All right. So the way that Tomsk, this is the Tomsk station, how they're doing it versus the Italian station. All right. All right. So this is Tomsk. See that bottom line there? You see all this stuff here that the Italian station is not measuring because they're not measuring it the same way that Tomsk is. Okay, the Russian station. That's why one isn't covering it over, one isn't hiding the truth, one isn't censoring it, blah, blah, blah. That's a big load of dookie because they're measuring it in two different ways. They're measuring two different frequency bands, and they're able to see more detail because they have cut down the amount that they're measuring. Whereas these other guys over there in Italy, bam to the blam bam, I got this somewhere on there. Yeah, these guys in Italy, see that? Boop. All right. Nice. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, there's one. There's the other. No, it isn't. That's the other. That's the other. And that's one. All right. See that? All right. Finally. Heaven. This is heaven on earth. That deserves a drink. Okay. And if I was able to at this moment, I think I would take that. Actually, I think I can do that. I'm going to get technical for a minute. Bear with me. Let's see if I can do this. Okay. That is not. I'm looking for there. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's it. All right. So we're going to do a side-by-side because I am able to do this I have technology such as to be able to do this. Thank you all for sticking with me here, hanging out, watching me do this. There we go. All right, finally. We have reached our all right. So, you have these two that are right next to each other in some way. Okay. There we go. All right. So, generally speaking, you have these two no, these two nice. The tale of two spectros. Okay. Yeah, I was totally planning on doing this when I started the show. That's why I'm completely and totally prepared for this. Thank you all for being with me. Hopefully this isn't like watching a train wreck here for you. All right, so you can generally see. Okay, so these guys here over in Italy, they start theirs at 0 on the bottom. Okay, it's important to note that. The one on my right-hand side here, this one here, starts at 0 at the bottom. Okay, so it goes 0, then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. These are Hertz ratings, okay? And this is for some of you who are new. I don't know if any of you who are here have seen me go through this before. The one here from the Italy, it's shown up, a few weeks ago. Hasn't really shown up too much in the mainstream thing. So it's kind of like I'm taking you through this as an introduction to the Italian spectro. And so these are the lines of the harmonics at 7.8. And then there's the next one up at like 14.4. And you see one at 21. Right? These are the Schumann harmonics resonances. But you see them they get stronger and then a little bit weaker. They're not exactly, this one here is fairly consistent, but these other ones, the higher ones, are not always as prevalent or as obvious, because it's a large part of this is because of the time of the day that the image is reported. So depending on the time of the day that you're seeing this, those lines will be weaker or stronger. The sun's activity plays a big part in the strength of the the density, what I would call the density of the Schumann resonances. They're always going to be there, but they're not. They could potentially be there in some way, shape, or form. They are always there. Sometimes they're kind of under the radar. They're not very active, and that's sort of what we're talking about, is these upper densities being more active than the lower densities. Okay, this is complicated to explain. If you understand what I'm saying, please leave me something in the chat that says you understand this. No one is chatting, so I can't tell if you're understanding or not understanding this. But this is the tale of two spectros. This was kind of what I had wanted to talk about here with this, is the fact that this is the one that they use when they're not able to get a hold of the one at Tomsk, is this one from Italy. Okay. Italy does this differently. That's why it's important to notice this, that this chart, the most common reference that people go by when Tomsk is not available is this one here from Italy. Okay. So it's important to know the difference between how they get their data, one from another. It's important to know that this one here naturally goes to a higher frequency. It's not filtered out at 40. So the one from Tomsk, you see, all right, this one at Tomsk, it starts 0 here and then it goes down. And 4 Hertz increments. So 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. All right. So this is the one in Russia over here. This is the one in Italy here on the right-hand side. Okay. So the one where I'm in the middle of. All right. You see that how they record the signal. These are assumedly both at the same time. Okay. So this is what we're looking at is assumedly the same time, roughly. All right. So the 18th, and then this is the 20th. Or 20, oh, this is 18. Sorry, that's the, not the date, that's the time. So 18 UTC. I'm not sure if it's, well, let's just assume it's local unless we know otherwise. And then these are the dates. All right. So the strip. So they're looking at a 24-hour period. Each one of these strip is roughly a 24-hour period. Okay. So you can kind of line them up, assuming if you can figure out the local time variance between this one and the one at Tom's, you can line them up to UTC, and you can tell what's happening, you know. And so in some cases, you know, so this was 2 days ago, right? So all right, so this, so you can kind of see the activity here. This lines up with this going on here. Okay. For those of you who kind of were sort of wondering, it's like, oh, okay, all right. You take, you know, this is what happened a couple of days ago, and this is what happened a couple of days ago here as well, in Italy. So the pictures themselves are fairly pretty and they're fairly good looking, and they're very interesting, and the colors are kind of trippy, and thank y'all for being here with me. I appreciate your stopping by. What else? All right. So one of the things that we're looking at down here, so you know, is 2 different scales. This one here, it's like if you're looking at a microscope and you have the magnification, okay, you have these are thousands. Okay. So it goes from 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,000. Okay. That's what these are. And then these are hundreds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right. So these are 100 scales. All right. So it's a different scale of looking at a different magnitude, I think, of looking at the signal as it's coming in. Now, you want to remember that these folks here are measuring this for earthquake preparation. Okay. Yes, thank you, Karen. Thank you for being here. Yeah, that's why I talk slowly. I am moving to talk slowly so that it's, you know, I don't move too fast beyond, you know, outside of your ability, someone's ability to grasp what I'm saying. And a lot of this is kind of the basics, believe it or not. Oh my God! If you're new here, this will be new to you. But anyone who's been here before knows I've been through this before, and um, what's what I perceive as basic is probably not basic to a lot of people. Um, but that's why I got to remember that. I go over, and I will indeed go back over some basic stuff, or what I think is basic stuff, knowing it's basic, because it's like it's new to someone. I'm always getting new subscribers. I mean, I really am. Like every the majority of these live streams, at the end of it, I'll get at least one new subscriber, and in one case, I get 22 new subscribers, and I was like, holy fuck, uh, wow. So like, all right, I'm assuming if it's a new subscriber that someone has not heard of the resonances or any of this before, may not have ever have seen the spike of 11,000. This may be your first time here. And so I'm working to always gear my message toward the people it's your first time here. The two of you who are here right now. So, um, you're welcome, Cameron. I don't do this because I need some ego boost or something. I have bikes. I paint bicycles for that. I'm the amazing bicycle, really cool paint job on a bike guy. I'm the landscaping guy. I have a great gig for getting known for stuff. You know. Um, yeah. Yes. There's other people who uh, from wages as well that are here, and who have come here to see me instead of him, and this and that. Um, because I am kind of an oddball, and so my shows tend to be a little bit quirky, and I have music, and I do different stuff, and I have a shtick here, I guess. Uh, I have a lot of fun, and I have a different message than him that doesn't in any way like contradict what he says, and a lot of what, um, excuse me, what I talk about feeds right into what he's saying, and in many cases, I kind of build on what he says, and I go like the next level or a few levels over that. And people have asked me questions about stuff that has he's talked about over there, and I've said, oh yeah, that like this is my view on that. That not that he's wrong in any way, but well, let me tell you my view. And I love doing that. And so he's got a lot of people, but he's also got a lot of people in the chat, and so yeah, that's great and fun, but it's also like confusing and a little bit overwhelming as well. If there's 200 people in chat, then it's like, wow, who's talking to who? So fortunately for me, through what wages has done for me, and some other people, but mostly wages, I have the ability to do a live stream now. And so I have a live stream, and I run these live streams sometimes just for the chats. Like tonight, it's like, I have some stuff I want to talk about, but let me kind of fire up the machine because I can. I have this ability. Like you get a certain amount of subscribers and like things open up. Oh, hey. Oh, okay. So, I will do this because of the chat. I go over there because of the chat. The other places, it's like a little community. And so it's like, I start up this with the music and kind of like stall for time until people come over, and then the chat gets happening, and it's fun. Like, all right, and so it's kind of a method to my madness. Um, but that's one of the great things about doing this. And so when you have maybe 10, I figure that average 10 people in my room, that's a good amount of conversation. And so a lot of the same people that are over there can come to my chat and have more in-depth conversation about stuff that's related, that doesn't get lost in the shuffle. And so that's kind of one of the things, like it wasn't intended that way, but it's like I like kind of having that as a de facto thing that happens or that has happened. It's like the side fringe benefit. Like, oh yeah, you give the family members a chance to chat in the back room over stuff that we want to talk about. And it's really cool. So anyway, and people know that here you're gonna get the real deal. I'm not selling nothing. I don't have any sponsors. It's just me and the research that I have and I've provided, and I'll give you the accurate, true information on the Schumann resonances, because that's why I'm here. It's the same thing with wages. With Scott. He doesn't have from Planet X. He's here to show you what he's got. He's not running a sales pitch. Doesn't need any trolls. Same thing with me. I don't have a sales pitch. And I will tell you what the research says, and it's up for you to take it as you see fit. I'm not trying to sell it to you, and I'm here doing this as a public service. I have my Patreon and my PayPal. So sure, donate if you like what you heard. Donate. I have my my cup out for donation. That's it. But that it's a donation. I'm giving this to you whether you are donating or not. It's free. Everyone's getting the basic information for the same. It's free. It's free to anyone. So it's up to you. Hello, hi Peggy Witherspoon. Hello from Kingman, Arizona. Oh wow. Hi Peggy. Welcome. Awesome. How did you find us here, Peggy? Question mark. Welcome. I was showing, since you're new here, I'll give you a really quick review. What you have up on the screen right now, to my left, I guess my left as I'm looking at it anyway. I guess on the screen it's my right. Anyway, whatever. So the two graphs that are next to me, one is from Tomsk, Russia, and this other one is right here from Italy, in Cumiana. I'm not sure how to exactly pronounce it. Cumiana, maybe. Stumbled upon me. Oh, well, there you go. Great, wonderful. Yeah, serendipity. If you're interested, well, I'll tell you what, if you're interested in the Schumann resonances, I have enough of a small following that if you were to type in Schumann resonances, my name, there's a few of us that would come up. But my name is in the title. So, if you're looking at anything remotely that, and I've done things in harmonics, and it would have come up. So, somewhere randomly, maybe not have been randomly so much. But anyway, thank you for being here. I'm kind of part of the Skywatchers community in the Wages World Mark Pyers Verdier Busto family. So thank you, Peggy. I appreciate you stumbling into our our narrative on the Schumann resonances. Okay, so like I was saying, so this one on the left-hand side here is Tomsk, and then this right-hand side is Cumiana in Italy. So you see they have just a different kind of way of measuring them based on the parameters of the antennas and the detecting devices that they're using. So with Tomsk, with Russia, they go from 0.3 up to 40 Hertz. And the one here in Italy goes from, and I'll show you the bigger picture of it, goes from 0.3 up to 120 hertz. So you see there's a much bigger range of what they're measuring. Okay, this station here in Italy, you see the Schumann resonances, and again, so this one here is measuring it. This is 1 day. All right, if you're following the cursor, this strip is 1 day. I'll break it down for you a little bit more. Okay, for those who are just new, and as a review for those who have been here. Okay, so this one from Italy, what you're seeing here on the screen is this is 1 day. This is like today. This is right now. Okay, and then these are the days before it. So this one here is the 19th, and then this is the 18th, then this is the 17th, this is the 16th of December, and this is the 15th of December. Okay, now this is a different antenna system here. This strip right here, it's measuring thousands of hertz. Okay, so it starts at 1,000 and then it goes up to basically 15,000 hertz. Okay, so these are not Schumann resonances, just so you know. The Schumann resonances are properly right here in the range that Tomsk measures them at in below 46. 46 is the highest of the Schumann resonances. The majority of it happens below 46. So Tomsk measures up to 40, but the majority, so it measures properly the Schumann resonances, right? So if you understand what I'm saying, that it could measure one more sextave higher, the 40 up to 46, and then that would be like the last one, but it's very slight relative to the other ones. Okay, so from 0 to 40 are the proper Schumann, with that little asterisk. 0 to 40 hertz are the proper Schumann resonances. Okay, so the one from Tomsk measures them properly, the range properly. All right, so now this from the Italian network is different. It's measuring 3 different ranges, like the magnification of a microscope. Okay, you have 10, magnification 10, magnification 100, magnification 1,000. That's sort of what they're doing. Okay, so you have these bands, like I had shown you, those are the different days. You have this magnification system in the thousands. So it's like is it 1,000 to 15,000, and then you have the one below that that's hundreds of hertz. Now the Italian system is measuring theirs with predominantly an electric antenna. So that's why they have these super tall, I don't even know what the words I'm looking for. It's relative to amplitude, height, tall. Okay, tall stack, I guess. I'm trying to give you a way to think of this with like a picture. In my mind, I think of a lot of this in pictures. So I have to translate it from a picture into words, or give you the picture in my head of how to think of it. And sometimes neither one is really a good option of how to convey what's in my head. But amplitude, we're generally on amplitude, and so that's why this is important, because these guys talk their amplitude, primarily amplitude. God, this can be so confusing. Thank you all for sticking with me and not getting flown off by my sidetracking and my getting tied up and tongue tied with the words and everything. But that's why this is, if I am talking about amplitude, which is the electric portion, that's why the Italians are particularly relevant, because they have a tall antenna literally a tall antenna. Sure, absolutely, yes, but the scale. I'm at a loss of how to explain it properly, but the height of the amplitude is, or amplitude of the signal is the height of it, and the more amplitude, the higher the amplitude of the signal, the taller the signal is. And so that's one of the things that we had seen a couple weeks ago, with those huge crazy spikes, one to 500, then one to 800, and then one to 11,000. That was off the chart, literally off the chart. Here, you just see it here, and this chart here, because it's these are measuring for earthquakes, and it's a different protocol, it's a different thingamabobber, it's a different doohickey, it's a different system, it's a a, a world of difference away between the two reasons of why they're measuring what they're doing and what they're looking for. They happen to catch the same, these happen to catch the Schumann resonances. Yes, they're also, they're set up to measure that. Understandably, they're going to pick up the same stuff, but you see the different way it's looking at them here at Tomsk, when they're looking at both the electric and the magnetic component, how they get these really interesting patterns here that are very much very much woven, interweaving. These harmonics down here, you can see these at these really low, 1, 2, 3. These are down here. What I'm saying down here, is at the top of it, because the 0. Okay, so remember, this is upside down. The one from Tomsk on the left-hand side, the spectrogram is upside down. 0 is here, and then it moves down to, or up, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Okay, so I said that before. I gotta say this again. These bands here are 33-ish. 33.6 or whatever. And then there's another one at 37. These are 37 that are developing. You see that they're developing there. All right. So you see this here at Tomsk, but you don't see like this interesting stuff here. I mean, you sort of do, but not like down here. You don't get a close-up like here, because it's geared differently. It's a different reading. And even up here, you don't get this, except occasionally. Okay, you're not getting that. Okay, so the two, Darlene, okay, you just got here, you're gonna lurk a while. All right, lurker, I have a good fair bit of those wonderful folk, it would seem, So, in the case here of this particular spike, you see this. Where is it? This one's way high up in the 120. Well, they're just measuring the electric component of that, which is tall. So you're going to find these taller spikes. That's what these are. This is kind of the background radiation. These are like, how do I say that? It's like a slice. Don't even know what the word is. It's a sample. It takes a periodic sample of the environment, and that's what those are. At this time, pshunk, you have this streak that comes in. That's what this is that they happen quicker than the machine can register. I think that's, I've said this before, and this is the best way to describe this to you, and it may not even be a way to describe this to you. That's why these are all streaks. They come up as light. They come up as light information on a spectrogram, because it's weaving with light. That's kind of what it is it broadcasts as light information. All right. So as the the particles are streaking through the sky, pshunk, zip past the antenna. This is them reading it going past the antenna. Okay, it hitting the antenna from point A to point B, chunk chunk, within that short period of time. All right. So within the course of less than a second, one molecule has moved that distance, straight down, like that. Okay. So this is the DC current, or this is the DC circuit going from the ionosphere to the Earth. That is the first step. It's the beginning power, the action, what I call, on the Schumann resonance. It's like when you hit a bell. All right. So these are measuring it's measuring the background electromagnetics in the atmosphere. There's other places I can go. I could show you, but because Tom's measures that as well, up to mega. Mega is 1,000,000. Kila is 1,000. All right. So you have, this is the kilo, 15 kilohertz scale. Tomsk is measuring up to the mega, the million hertz scale of the background radiation. But you start seeing that, generally speaking, the background radiation is like human stuff. Microwaves, I mean, that's us. So part of what the one at these guys are measuring is, by these guys I mean Italy, part of what they're measuring is the Schumann resonances. Part of what they're also measuring is the background electromagnetics caused by us. Okay. And then on a few different scales. But these guys are over there in the middle of earthquake country. And so one of the things that they're looking for are the signatures caused by earthquakes. And so during times of earthquakes, and I have literature on this somewhere, during times of earthquakes, it's one of the things that happens is there's a transmission of electricity on the ground. It causes pressure waves, it causes P waves, and it transmits a signal, a charge, current, ting. And so it activates the area that it's in. It's very lively. Earthquakes aren't just, they're not just rocks moving. They're very lively events. And so that's one of the things that's that they're looking for is the electric discharges that come from earthquakes, that a lot of people don't realize that they're there. I have one of the documents I have. I will the telluric I have so many documents on so much stuff. I'm not even going to look for it. So one of the principles of this, of transferring the DC power from the ionosphere to the Earth, is it's a discharge of the voltage. Okay. So The Schumann resonances are at the very low end of this. Okay, the from 0 to 45 at the very low end of this. There is a lot of other stuff that's coming. The UVC, the oh good God, there's a lot of stuff that really is affecting us, around us, that we don't really think about. But one of the things, when I say a dirty EMF environment, is fluorescence. Like it's difficult as we use more and more power on stuff for um the EMF in the background for it not to show. Here it is. All right. So this is an example of. This is from Tom's, the same people that do the Schumann. All right. So this is another example of the background electromagnetics, and this is measuring millions, mega. I'm having a trouble with the words right now. Megahertz. All right. So mega is a million. All right. So this is detecting. This is measuring the background electromagnetics behind us, and there's a scale here. You can see it goes from this is the low all the way up to the high right here, and this is somewhere around 30, 45, 50, 55. Right, so it goes up to 90. All right, so as these numbers go up the green right there, you start getting into the middle, and this is where it starts getting dangerous right here, Like, I mean, this is the world that we're in. This is our environment. And there's as the sun's rays come in, everything comes in, right? Okay. The sun's light is the DC circuit, okay? Depending on the phi angle, depending on where you are, as it goes away, it moves away from us, moves away from you, whatever, okay? It's less effective, okay? The magnetosphere catches a lot of it. The ionosphere catches a lot of it. That's great. That's groovy. If it's not dead on, spot on, it affects you less. Okay. It's the DC circuit from the sun. And if it's right, straight through, it'll go through. But if it's off, then it's bouncing off or going around you. Okay. It's how the DC circuit from the sun works. Line of sight, spot on. Okay. Then there's the AC circuit of the atmosphere, of the inside of the skin. If you think of the ionosphere as like a protective skin, it's grabbing a lot of the ions, a lot of the extra electrons rather, and sending them around the planet electromagnetically to kind of seal in what's here. Right? You think of it kind of in that capacity. Also does some other stuff, but that's a good way to think of it. It electrostatically seals our planet so that shit doesn't just fly off out into the, just keep going off. It's one of the things how gravity works is that ionosphere helps keep things electrostatically taut in the lower environment. Okay. So because gravity is on one hand, it's produced, part of gravity is caused by the spinning of the planet, but the centrifugal force of the spinning of the planet also has a tendency to fly shit out into, out, right? That's also how centrifugal force works, is there's a gravity to it pushing it out. So there's no reason why the Earth shouldn't be hollow from that. Okay, may or may not be. I'm saying it is, but that's not this discussion. Okay. That's not what this discussion is about. Okay. Um, but the reason that gravity works is because you have electromechanical gravity forces at work. It's electric, and then mechanical, and then it turns into a gravity, you know. But this blue here and the dark blue here that you're seeing here is the at-rest state of the planet. Okay, and what that means, or the of the environment of the atmosphere, and what that means is it's under tension, static tension from the ionosphere that's all keeping it all intact, like the surface tension of water, if you will. Okay, and that static electricity that pushes down from us from that is what keeps us down here on the planet, more so than the weight of the earth gravity being caused by your mass being pushed down by, the force of your attraction to the planet. Gravity is more so caused by the electrostatical attraction of the ionosphere and all of that pushing down, getting attracted to the planet, and you being pushed down rather than you being pulled in. Because the law of centrifugal force says we should be flinging out into the atmosphere, but that's not generally what works. Not that I've seen. So at any rate, so the static electricity around us that's caused by the EMF in the air, they're waves that are sent out, but how do I say that? The waves crashing into each other are causing like standing waves. They're a static energy that's kind of floating around in the atmosphere, and that gets picked up by the Schumann resonances, which are going around the world, traveling. Zzz, so they're picking up all this other information of the waves and the EMF around it, and it's helping to, kind of establish the gravity of the electromagnetics at these fixed frequencies, which are densities. All right. So if that makes sense to you, let me know. And I would appreciate hearing that from you. I love fresh coffee. It's one of the blessed pleasures of this planet. All right. Ooh. Oh, hi, Bradley. Bradley's here. Oh, there's a bunch of comments here. Okay. Diane. Hi, Diane. Bradley's here. Oh, hi, Peggy. Peggy's been here for a little bit. Red pills in the hood. What up, family? All right. Okay, I'll have to put the chat so I can actually see it. All right. So that's the background radiation. All right. So for those of you who just got here, what I was doing is I was comparing. Oh, wrong one. Not you. There we go. Not you. All right. So for those of you who just got here, welcome. Excuse me. Hold on. Actually, let me see. Is there anything on here? Hold on. I need to take a moment. Thank you for being here, Bradley. And the rest of you as well. Much appreciated. All right. That's that mix is from 2018. All right. Yeah, I couldn't do Earth without coffee. chocolate, sugar, heavy cream. Like that is my coffee right there. Heavy whipping cream. Yep, that's it. I don't care what the calorie count is. I don't care. Cholesterol, don't care. Sugar rots my teeth, don't care. Don't care. This world is bad enough as it is. You need sugar and heavy whipping things with heavy whipping cream and decadence. Decadence is just so you can be happy living here in this place, you know? Anyway, all right. So, anyway, on that cheery note, what we have on the screen is the comparison, the tale of two cities. This is Tomsk versus Italy, and Cumiana in Italy. Yawns are kind of they're contagious. That's one of those things. So we have two different ways of looking at the Schumann. Where am I? All right, there we go. All right. So you have this one here is from Tomsk. This one here is from Italy. And as I said before, this is the 50 Hertz power line, the commercial power line that you get when you get this no matter where in the world, anywhere that's got power, you're going to get that 50 Hertz line, or sometimes it's 60. And I think in Japan it's 60 if I'm not mistaken. I think America's 60. I forget where. But Tomsk in Russia does not have that because they don't measure up to, 50. They stop at 40. All right, so this here line, you see they got something up here at 60. That's an interesting kind of thing here. All right, so this, we're just seeing here at this relatively high frequency of 33, it's high relative to us, to humans, it's higher density, higher harmonic. How do I say this? That is not something that could open up or could operate without the lower ones being activated. Okay. Because the Schumann resonances are waves that go around the world and then they break each other up. And then they keep continuing going on. And as they intersect with each other, bing, they keep going, crossing each other. It's like they break each other up into smaller frequencies, for smaller resonances that rise up above the other ones. So the higher resonances, the ones at 27 and then 33 and 37 there, right? 33 and then 37. How are we getting that? Then you have the one at 45, and then there's assumedly more up there higher, but we haven't really seen them. So as a wave gets shorter, its frequency increases. So the waves that keep going around and beating each other up get smaller and smaller and smaller, and therefore you have these higher frequencies. So as you get an increase in the lower frequencies, I mean, you see, look at all this way down here, right? You see all that way down there? Look at that. That's a lot of activity in the lowest of the low frequencies. But with the number one mode kind of leading the way on that. That's like not a whiteout condition. And yet, some people might say it's a whiteout, but it's just the playment. You see, this is not a high. How do I say this? This is not a very high peak here. This is 20. It's been much higher, right? The 20 is not a high number here, okay? The uprights, these are, like, you're not seeing the white spikes here. This is white. This is white. You're not seeing the white spikes here. What you're saying is this white down here, this is horizontal, the horizontal bands. And the higher the peak that it's showing you there, the fatter that you got to imagine this coming out at you and not peaking up high and then low. This peak is what would be coming at you. If if you're able to kind of flip that on its side and then look at it that way, you'd understand better, but you would have you'd have this picture of the side of it that you would see. That's what these horizontal bands are these magnetics down here, the quality, that's this right here. All right. So you see, so this number, that 7, isn't necessarily a high number here for this white here. However, you see 41 over here, that's a high number. I told you the last couple of days, the magnetics have been really, really high. And that's what this is. It's white and yellow. So it's not just white, but it's white and yellow. And then behind it is a field of yellow combined with red to give you this kind of orange. So you see these white bands are going horizontally. It's not whiteout, what people say whiteout, it's palladium 5D gamma energy, blah, blah, coming in. That may be if we're talking about the white energy of the amplitude coming in, ding, 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 like that. Maybe theoretically I could concede you that point as a conversation point. But that's not what this is. You see, these are horizontal bands going this way, right? See, they're clearly. Hold on. Now can you see it? Now can you see it? Certainly you can see that. See, these are horizontal bands going this way. And yeah, there's a little bit of a whitish kind of area going that way as it's interacting. Sure. But look at this. Look at this. Here's that 7.8. Then you have this guy here. Look at that. Then you have that one there. Then you have that one there. Right? This is what's pretty amazing about this, is doing this, is that I can show you some close-up stuff on the 33.3 hertz or shorter waves. As you start getting up into the higher frequency, the wavelength goes shorter. That's how they get to be shorter. And it's because the waves have interacted with each other. They've broken up. They've traveled around the world, and then they've met back up with themselves, and then they've broken up, and then they've gone around some more, and then they break up a little bit more. They interfere with each other. And so it's these interference waves that resonant, how do we say this? The resonant, as I have again. I have a picture in my head. I'm trying to give you this picture, but in words. And I could implant, if it was possible, I could implant the picture in your head, and you would have a good understanding of it. But I have to try and put this in words for you to understand. There's a they're kind of giving me this kind of picture to work with, like a piñata, sort of. Is that a good image? Maybe not. We have the first fundamental. Let's see if I can take it from the beginning. All right, the first fundamental is 8 Hertz, which is what it takes 1/8 of a second for light to get around the planet. So, lightning flashes, okay, Africa, I'm just saying, because Africa is one of the lightning chimneys. There's a few places around the world. All right, so flashes, bam, flashes around the world in 1/8 of a second, and then it travels again, converting into magnetics. Okay, it's still the light, but it's going through a transition phase. So it travels around the world in 1/8 of a second, which also means in a second it has traveled 8 times around the world. Okay. So 8 Hertz is our first fundamental. That's our first constant. All right. So we're going to call that speed of light on the Earth is 8 Hertz. Okay. It's spelled H-E-R-T-Z. It's a guy's name, and that's how it's spelled. Capital H-E-R-T-Z. Okay. So that's a constant. Okay. So now, from this, what's happening is lightning goes around the world. Now, there's not only ever just one lightning strike. There's multiple. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. All right. So more of them go out. And as one is coming back around, it's meeting up with one that just got out, right? So it's breaking up. They're both kind of breaking each other up. Excuse me. They're both breaking each other up, and that's how you're getting these various harmonics, or the difference between the two waves is they kind of start interfering with each other, and they settle down into a resonance, a resonant frequency. It's like when you don't understand someone exactly what they're saying, but you kind of vibe with them and you're able to kind of move along. It's not 1-to-1, but like, all right, yeah, we're grooving. Like dancing. It might not be perfect, but oh yeah, all right, they're not going to let me fall, or, this kind of thing. So this is what a resonance is that there's this sense of building this kind of togetherness that holds it at a certain compromise, right? A resonance is a compromise. I think that's a great way to put it, that the two eventually work out their stasis point at, the frequencies, bam. First one that the difference between the higher frequency is 8.0, and I showed you here. All right. I will do this. There it is. Nice. I like when stuff like that happens. All right. So what you're looking at here is, you see, this is the difference of the frequencies. This is 8.03, and this is 7.62. So this is the maximum frequency of the wave, today. The first, the first Schumann was 8.3. That's as high as it ever got. The lowest it ever got is 7.2, right? So it went 0.2 in one way and then 0.2 another way. That is as high and as far as the Schumann resonance is ever going to go, is up to 8.03. And on the low side, it's only ever going to go down to 7.62, approximately. It's going off that, but, that's about the range that it goes right there. That's it. Doesn't go much higher than, 0.3 higher. It could potentially go 0.5, but that's, it don't really happen. Might go down to 0.5, but anyway. So that is as far as the Schumann resonance is going to rise. Now, what happens is you have these, because you have these ones higher, there's clearly more going on. You have this base one here, this harmonic at 7 from 8.03 to 7.62. Okay, so that's this one here. You see this, your first harmonic here. People call it a frequency. It's not a frequency, it's a harmonic, because it's a fixed frequency. All right, that's what your harmonic is it's a fixed frequency. The two waves are beating each other up and they've come to a compromise. That's what a resonant harmonic is that the two waves have, okay, this is sort of a joke, I'm sort of laughing at this, I made it up on the spot. Resonant harmonic are two neighboring waves who were at odds to each other. They fought it out and they've come to an agreement, they've come to a compromise, and they've they've agreed that that frequency is what they will stay at till death do them apart, if you will. That as long as they're, they'll both do their own thing, but they're always ever going to have a difference of the 7.83, and then you see the difference of that between the two is only 0.2. Okay, you see this is fixed at, it even looks like it's fixed at 8, but it's 7.8. Again, not Tomsk. These are Hertz. This starts at 0 at the top, and then 4, 8, and it's 12, and then 16. All right, so I wanted to point that out to you, that this is what Tomsk is showing you here. It's giving you these amplitude numbers, which are relatively low. However, the magnetics, the quality, here we go. These are very high numbers, relatively. The white part of it, even as, how do I say this? As you, the white mode of the electric, of the amplitude, is showing you the tall. Okay. Like the white mode and amplitude is this is the tallest wave that there's going to be. Okay. It works the opposite with the quality. That the 4 is, this one down here is your measure, and then each of these is like a quarter of the height of it. This is the quality is the width. Okay, so it's the current. The quality is the current, which is lateral, and it's a direction. Okay, so that's one of the differences between amplitude and quality, is that they have the white information between the two different between the graphs is different. The color information is different depending on which direction. Excuse me. Depending on which direction it's reporting, if that makes sense. So, and this is, it might be a good idea to do another show about the modes again, because that's what these different colors represent, is the modes of measurement. and they're interrelated, and it's important for you to know when you're looking at it how, excuse me, excuse me, and it's important for you to know how they're interrelated when you're looking at this. Okay, I think that's the best way to put it. All right. So for all of you who are here that are watching, thank you for being here. And I have a script, sort of, but I'm not really scripted today. All right, and I went through this earlier today. This is a great post from the people at Cumiana in northwestern Italy that give us a kind of tour of their station. Very cool. All right. So this one here, I'm probably not going to read it tonight. I'm probably going to, I don't know. It's an induction coil. The induction coil is not the amplitude portion. All right. So I think I'll say this for another time. The induction coil ICS 101. With the title though, it says a bad device, difficult to manage. I really do kind of want to get into it, but I'm not at that portion of this yet. As loose as I keep things here and I get sidetracked, I sort of just don't want to get intentionally sidetracked, knowing I'm not on the basic target. But I will kind of introduce this because it's up as I'm flipping through my browser here. This is the induction coil is what's used to measure the magnetic component of the Schumann resonances. So there is coils, wire. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is late for me. If I do that enough times, I think I'm gonna have the whole audience be like, "Oh, it's late. I gotta go to sleep." I'm tired. I'm sorry. So the wound copper is wound around a former, they call it, and it induces a signal. The the coils pick up the magnetism in the environment, and then it turns into an electric signal that gets amplified, and then that has to get it gets, I think, filtered and then amplified, and then it turns over to the machine. So this is what the induction coils are what measure the quality portion of the program, which I'm not getting into now. I'm looking for, no, not that. I did that last night. That was a fun article. It was a fun walk through the archives of, I think I have lost it. All right, so all right, so I'm going over. So generally speaking, I'm going over some of the differences between the Italian site and the Russian site, and what they have to offer between the two of them. Okay. And I think that since you're here, what do we have here? All right. All right, I'll tell you what. Let me find my information, and so we got anything here? All right, good. All right, so I'm going to take I'm going to take a quick data break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, so chat amongst yourself, and I need to find my pathway. Okay. All right. Thank you all. You are wonderful. I'll be back in a I'm back. My coffee is brewing in the background. Thank you for being here on this Sunday night. I don't know what else there is going on. Not much else. And I appreciate being here with you. Bradley's here and is gonna make some coffee. There you go, Karen. Make some coffee. Everyone, make some coffee. Make some popcorn. Get ready. You know, I don't do short live streams. I have the equipment. I'm not doing anything else. If people are interested in wanting to learn about this and they hear and they ask me questions, I'll keep doing this. It's really that simple. And I have more than just the stuff about the Schumann resonances I do. You can see that. There's a number of things that I talk about that are related, vaguely related, in some cases. But in some cases, I hope to clear out some of the myths about stuff that people have that's just utter crap. Quite honestly, for lack of a better way to put it. You know, and so it's important to get the information and the data, and it's one of the things I'm here to do is give people the actual, real, correct data. There we go. So part of what's important is to give people the correct, right and correct data, so that you yourself know how to read the Schumann resonances. But also, in some cases, like, you know, where we talk about the ascension. What is the ascension? Well, you know, like, I'll give you my perspective on it, and it's likely to be different from what, you know, others will have told you. And I'm happy with that. I'm not here to sell anyone anything, and that's why, quite honestly, I can be as honest as I can be, because I'm not. I don't have anything to sell, you know. Donation only. It's all completely willing, you know, by volunteer only. You know, that's how I got here. I volunteered. The call was made. Can you help? Oh, sure, yeah. I was dumb before I got here. What do I know? Anyway, I'll let Cherry know. All right, so I have to talk about Amplitude. I don't want to talk about Amplitude. It's boring. I'd rather talk about dance music and dance. But yeah, the Amplitude is what's paying the bill. Oh, hold on. My coffee's ready. It's burnt. It's overflowing. Oh, nice. I just burned myself. Nice. I love it when I don't do that. So the amplitude is the electric portion of the signal, and it's hold on. Oh, this is a good beat. This is a good jam. Shit. I would rather... I'd rather listen to this than me talking. Unfortunately, I get to talk. I got to pay the rent in here somehow. I'm just kidding. So All right, so the amplitude. So I'd rather not talk about amplitude. I would rather just talk about dancing and Aaron mixes and whatever. Play some. But the amplitude of the spikes that people are incorporating into the Schumann resonances, saying that the resonances have spiked up to this frequency, when in fact, can you read what's up on the board? Can I just do a lesson of me letting you read what's up there? How about that? I don't want to talk.
My conclusion was you. Wasted time, such a misspent youth. In just the days when I was drowning under you. What a beautiful waste of time you were. A pleasure pain that made it worth the hurt. What a wonderful place for me to learn. If you turn up the heat, I like the burn. So go turn up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up. Starting fires don't put me out. Can't breathe around you, but at least I know I will. Ain't no future, but we had now. You take the best shot, line me up and shoot and kill. What a beautiful waste of time you were. A pleasure pain that made it worth the hurt. What a wonderful place for me to learn. That if you turn up the heat, I like the burn. So go turn up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up your heat. Turn it up, I like the way. Turn it up.
Talk about the Schumann resonances in here somewhere. I do talk about space weather. I talk about other things, but I'm really supposed to be addressing the Schumann resonances, and so I have an interest in a lot of this other stuff too. And the sun weather does affect how we pick up the Schumann resonances. The sun's weather does affect it, but I'm supposed to be sticking with the topic at hand, and that's Schumann resonances. So, so this is the background magnetics. That's a lot of stuff that's not the Schumann resonances. It's EM shielding. That is the EM shielding is related to the Schumann resonances. The telluric electricity is the electrical currents of the Earth, and these are this is the advanced class that I'm not going to get into, but at this point, what do I talk about? Well, there's 5 of you here. All right. So the general discussion is the amplitude. I'm pretty sure I had done a video on this. This was the 30-minute video I had done, the amplitude, and this was the one that had kicked off the video. So this one has been one that I've shown. This is information I've shown before. I have it on the screen now. But it's it's where it's where we're talking about today, where the amplitude is the upright spikes. So so this video I made a few days ago, 3-4 days ago, where I talk about the amplitude of the Schumann resonances. Okay. And so I don't want to go through all of this again, read through all of it again. I just had it up on the screen with the music because I like playing music and having my stuff up and not have to actually read. And let you have the wonderful experience of reading my writing rather than me having to read it. So this is right here. The amplitude spikes are the upright guys here on the Schumann resonances. And these are the magnetics of the Schumann resonance, and these are the actual Schumann resonances themselves. All right. So what does Bradley have to say? Vert, yesterday you said when the amplitude comes down, it forced the dependency frequency read down. Yeah. So yes. So there is a inverse reaction that happens between the amplitude and the frequency. That when you have a spike in amplitude, you will often find a dip, in the frequency. When you find a peak, when you find a spike in amplitude, you often find a dip in the frequency. So why is that? Okay. It's a good question. I've given the analogy of the rock. You throw a rock into the pond, goes into the pond, it kind of splashes like that. You create this kind of vacuum. In essence, it's sort of a vacuum, a negative space that's in there. So the what do you call it? The water wants to rush in there and fill in that void. Wants to kind of reconvene. So the same sort of thing happens here. That as the electric comes in, shunk, makes a vacuum, kind of creates a dip, a low point, and then after that, it kind of wants to fill back in. And so it's part of one of the things that you're getting that's causing the waves. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So one of the things that's causing the waves that you're seeing is this further motion of the like that. All right. So does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. The I have referred to the other the one that's up here is not the one that I was talking about. There's the action and the behavior. What I call the action and the behavior. All right. So the amplitude is like the action. It's what comes in first. That's sort of the starting point. And so then that is what kind of causes the ringing, what they describe as the ringing of the environment like a bell. And that's what Schumann described, is that after these amplitude spikes, you have the environment kind of ringing like a bell. Okay. So this is part of where your ringing in your ears comes from, as it transcribes from the electric spike into a it's through the piezoelectric effect, but it's also the magnetic induction that it has that effect on your ears, the crystal of your ears, and causes that ringing. Just like, you know, you are resonating like at the same, you know, you are the rest of everything else that's around you, and you're going to resonate too based on the frequencies of the, you know, the electromagnetic waves. All right. So Trish is here. Hi, Trish. Sorry I'm late. Dinner with well, you're not late necessarily. I'm just rambling along aimlessly. It seems. Waiting for people to give me a good question or some kind of, you know, comment. Um, I'm talking about amplitude in general. Uh, but as with all things, I am also trying to link it to the phantom symptoms, the ascension symptoms, we call it. Um, and so it's not just, it can't be, it can never just be out there somewhere in the environment without it being what's the effect on you and me. And that's sort of what my show is about, is discussing not just what the Schumann resonances are, technically what they are, but hey, so what? Big deal. Who cares? What are they? Right? Why even bother? What's the point of even talking about the Schumann resonances if they don't have any effect on the human body? Right? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't think it would be that important here at this time for all this other stuff going on, that if they didn't have some effect on you, that it would make it worth it to study about them. However, they do. And that's one of the things that I talk about in this is you go to the numbers, go to the math, go to the antenna makers. Here, you know, I just brought up the one about the induction coil, the magnetic induction coil, and show you how it works, and the data and all of that, tell you exactly how this stuff works, so that you yourself can understand what it is you're looking at, and you yourself can cut through the happy horse doohickey, happy horse crap that's around this, that are people trying to tell you it's something that it's not. And yet, what they are doing, what this is doing, is much more important than what people believe it is. And when you know what's happening, when I give you the data of how these things work, then you yourself can understand, and then you yourself can start figuring this out. And, you know, you will do better rather than a lot of people who are just really kind of clueless. So if there's any reason to know how the Schumann resonances work, it's how does it affect you, but how is it also interacting with the environment around us? And that's something that I've talked about as well, of the background electromagnetics, the radiation of the environment, that it's still there, it's always there, it's kicking around. You know, even though you've received a signal on your wireless, it's still bouncing around somewhere. It's still there, it's still floating around. And, you know, it becomes lessened by being bounced around the atmosphere, but it's still there. You know, that is still like electrosmog, they call it. After your signal has hit home, and it keeps going on because your antenna doesn't capture it. You know, we use the word capture, but you have to remember the signal that's sent to your antenna catches it, and then the antenna keeps going through. So it's not like a vacuum. You know, a metal antenna is not a vacuum. It doesn't get sucked into your receiver. Your antenna picks up a signal that's going by as it's going by, and it keeps going by. You got to remember that. It's really important to remember that your unit doesn't, it's not like a vacuum cleaner where it you know, your communicator sucks it in. Like, oh, no, it recognizes it, and then it keeps going on. So anyone around you can also pick up your signal as well with the right frequency. Oh my God, I love this conversation, Trish. The tinnitus. I have on my website, I have a number of videos, or there's 5, that I've given, that I've brought up, that are talking about the tinnitus and the vertigo symptoms that a lot of people are having. Does the United States have any monitoring stations for the Schumann? Yes. Yes. Um, I imagine you want more information than that. One is here in East Greenwich, Rhode Island. One is California, Berkeley, I think, is it? Is oh, it's one of those in my browser. I have the link to there's a VLF. Pretty sure it's Berkeley. VLF station they have out there. They get a grant. They were have a station that measures it. The question isn't well. I mean, it is, but it's not. The question isn't necessarily are there more stations. The question is how do you access the information? Right. I mean, yeah, yes. Just saying yes is yeah. Okay, and what? Yes. Well, do you have any information from them? Oh, well, that's different. Oh no. Well, yeah, I know there's some out here. Yeah, well, what's it to you? Like that's sort of it. You need to kind of how do I say this? The people that are in this that need to know, the people that study it, they know where the stations are and they talk to each other. They have bulletin boards, they have blah 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 blah. Okay. If you don't do this as a career, as a scientist, what do you need to know it for? Right? They don't really think it has anything to do with you per se. They're just electromagnetic, you know, waves that are in the environment that. Now this is kind of changing. This is not 100% absolutely that science is denying it to people. It's not like they're they're keeping the high card close to their chest and they're not letting you have it. It's that the results are embedded with a lot of studies that are there, a lot of information that comes with how they set it up and all of the stuff and the graphs and how to read it and a lot of that stuff. So, in my humble view, the majority of people, anyone, everyone interested in the Schumann resonances should have to look through a bunch of technical literature to see how it works before just looking at the color graphs. Because quite honestly, there is nothing intuitive that if you look at those graphs, you can understand what you're looking at. Yeah. Well, I had suspected, Trish, I had suspected that that's what you meant, and I was kind of, I understood that a lot of people are you're interested a person you may interested in looking at more of the graphs. That's an important thing to say. I suggest that to people, that folks do that, and I stand behind that, and I absolutely believe that a person should, if you're interested, look into more of the graphs. Look to see more of them. Okay. But generally speaking, they're in reports. They're with, other technical kind of data that are telling you more about how the machines are set up and all kinds of other stuff that to me is somewhat important. Like for example, where they are, and maybe seeing some pictures of where they're located. How close are you to things around you and this and that? Um, where you are geologically located. All right. So part of the reason why, to me, that it's important that this is done is because different places that take the measurements have different looking graphs. This is, to me, this is something that cannot be understated. It cannot be underscored enough. It's something that has to be really, really, really well understood. That the different graphs, they are measuring different data and different parameters. And in enough cases, it's not intuitive what you're looking at. That unless you're someone who has spent a lot of time invested exclusively in this topic, you're not going to be able to figure it out just intuitively, automatically looking at it. So it's not that the data is hidden from you, it's that simply that wisely, whether it's by intention or just accidentally, it's sort of, I don't want to call it hidden, that gives it a bad connotation, but it's out of easy public access in lieu of you having to hunt for it and learning more about it to know what you're looking at. Because you still have to compare when you're talking about comparative purposes. Okay, I mean, it's what you're saying is good, right? And at its heart, yeah, what you're saying is good. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, but when we talk about comparative purposes, you have to compare apples to apples as well. All right. So we have, here is somewhere, here is, that's not it. We have the one from here. Here it is. All right. So I don't think you were here earlier, Trish, when I had gone over this. I had showed these two together. God, it seems like a world ago. I have these two up. These are from today, basically, the same day. Here, this one is shows the 19th right here. This is the 19th, and this is the 19th here on the screen. So on the left-hand side, you can see the 19th, and then they're both in the same place. All right. So if you can see where my cursor is, all right, just it's behind me. All right, and then this right here. So that's a good comparison. One of these is in Italy, and one of these is in Russia. Right? So you got a good comparison, but what are you looking at? Right? So, I mean, I'm here to help you. I want to show you. You know, with me, you stick with me. I will tell you, we'll work through this. But this requires, there's a learning curve to this to know, what one they're really showing you. Here on this one, on Tomsk, they're showing you up to 40. Right, where are you? 40. They only go up to 40 hertz there. And this one here from Kumiana, they're going way up here to 120, basically. It's 100. They ended, I know they ended 120. And then you have these other ones down here that are in thousands. So, yeah, like, yes, they're available. And I have on my Facebook and my YouTube, I guess, on my Facebook and a few other places, I have posted links to antenna makers that are around the world, not just some in America, but, around the world, Japan, Mexico, Greece, and for people to get a good sense of what is out there, because I want you to see. Okay. But just because you have the graph, it doesn't necessarily mean, a person knows what's going on. And again, I'm willing to work with you, but there's, you really need to know what you're reading on it. You can't just, especially for new people coming into this, you're just going to look at it and figure what's going on, because then you get bad ideas about stuff, and you see, like, we had the crazy peak of 11K. It was a 500 day, and then it hit 800, and then it hit 11,000. Well, those are spikes of amplitude, and they weren't frequency ratings. And so people who didn't know what they were looking at were like Chicken Little, and they're saying that the sky is falling. You know, like, how do I say this? There's more than two paths, but there's essentially two paths you can go, a person can go by, once you wake up. You you take either the voice that your heart tells you, which is the path that's off of the beaten path, and you're kind of pulling, you're the captain of your own ship. And then there's what the masses kind of say and do, and then there's what everyone else is sort of into. All right. So in this case, the Schumann resonances, people are saying a lot about it, that it's not true. It's not what's happening, it's not what's going on. And there's people that are just going to kind of regurgitate that sensationalist kind of stuff, because it goes with the ascension seeker narrative that the Schumann resonances are there, the frequency is rising and all of this, and 5D gamma ascension energy and this and that, and a lot of it falls under beliefs, and I'm not going to try and change anyone's beliefs, and it's fine. Okay, it's all good, it's all fine. Okay. However, if you have a certain belief, you don't need the Schumann resonances to support what you're saying, right? If you got a belief of the 5D energy gamma stuff coming in, that's great. You don't need the Schumann resonances to support it, because guess what? The Schumann resonances are not going to support that, because it doesn't pick that shit up. And when I, the dream killer, come in and tell you that whiteout condition is simply white mode 1 of the detectors, and it just happens to randomly be that white color, and that what we're not getting is white light, and that the detectors don't measure the white light or optical light or any of that, and blah blah blah. And I go on and crush people's little dreams that they've kind of made these little castles, sandcastles, of what the Schumann is. Like, that's part of, to me, I don't know, do I say it's part of the fun of doing this? It's, crushing people's dreams is not fun, really. Someone's got to do it, I guess. I mean, yeah, who told you? Where'd you get this information from? Like, it's just a bunch of hooky. And so, because of this, you don't need, because of all the load of hooky that's out there with Schumann resonances, you can hold whatever belief that you want without attaching it onto the Schumann resonance hook. Right? Just know that. Whatever your belief is does not need and require the Schumann resonances in any way to validate it. I'll just say that. Okay, so there's that. Whatever else, anywhere else on the whole face of the rest of the planet, you don't need the Schumann resonances to support whatever you believe. Okay, so there is that. So that's there. That part A. Okay. Then there is the other part of this, that what do the Schumann resonances do? Are you interested in this? Do you want to hear about what the Schumann resonances do? Okay. It may not be validating your beliefs. That the Schumann resonances are going to rise, are rising, that the 5D gamma light, white light energy, all of this, whatever, is coming in and it's changing us and whatever, like, I'm not saying that is or isn't happening. That's not my gig. That's not for me to decide. Let's just assume that is happening. The question is, are the Schumann antennas picking that up? And the answer is no. Categorically no. Not the 5D, 6D, whatever you think, gamma. It's, first off, not picking up gamma. It's not picking up X-ray. It's not picking up white, therefore optical, white/optical light. Okay? None of that. radio waves of the lowest frequency is what the Schumann antennas are picking up. So, whether categorically it's happening or not, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Schumann antennas are picking this up. And when you get here, these guys here picking up this crazy 11 kilohertz, spikes, which could theoretically be the white, 5D ascension energy, as they call it, could theoretically. No, because you have to discount the earthquakes happening on the ground immediately underneath it, doing something, and not something coming out way out there, right? So, there's Occam's razor. There's the law of, look around you first. The law of, before you go try and overhaul a computer, make sure it's plugged in and the power button is on, right? It's plugged in. Is there a power button in the back? Is there a power button in the front? All right. Okay, now if those none of them are working, now we got a real problem. But first check those. So it's the same thing with the Schumann resonances, right? There may be stuff happening on the other side of the globe, but it doesn't matter. It's like this is a great question, and I'm still working on this question of local detectors to you. It may seem like I'm off topic, but I'm still sort of working on this because there's two tracks. There's at least two. There could be more, but there's, like, generally speaking, two tracks here. That the first track is that the Schumann resonances don't affect you in any way. Go and live a good life. Whatever they do, you still have to lead a good life anyway. You don't have an escape from that. Right? So if they are doing something to you, it doesn't matter. You got to be a good person. Go and be a good person. Leave the Schumann resonances out of it. Okay. The second thing is, are they doing something? What are they doing? Okay, but if they are doing something, you still need to do all your clearing anyway. Now that you know what they do, now it's even worse. Now you know they're against you. Now that you know these mofos are not your friend and helping you, they're just here to keep you intact and locked in to the lowest of the low frequencies. They ain't helping you out in no way, shape, or form. You know that. Now it's worse. Now you still have to clear up and clean up anyway. Clear it out and clean up anyway, right? So there's these two things going on. Now, specifically, whereas the Schumann resonances do affect you, and they do in some way, in their own wacky, kooky way, it is what's local to you. Again, I talked about the phi angle of incidence, the DC current of the sun coming straight at you. That's one of the first kind of the direct sunlight coming at you that you would have to measure as far as the effect of the Schumann resonances. You need a Schumann resonance detector immediately right there where you are. Okay, if it's off of that, then you're going to be, your results may vary. Like in the mirror, objects in mirrors may seem closer than they actually are or whatever. It's this perceptive variance between what's measurable and what you perceive anyway, right? So the detector from Tomsk is a good educational model for you to understand by, but the question was a model to compare. You need a model that's closer to you. Like, it's more interesting to get two models from halfway across the other side of the world. Russia and Italy. There's a number of miles that separate them, and so it's interesting to kind of put those two together, and get a picture from that. Like, that's interesting. So, in order to get a good picture of what's happening in the world, you need to have a few different stations at different points. In order to know what's happening in your neck of the world, which is the local stuff, you need to have one right where you are. or as close to you as possible. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like, Trisha made a good point in the comments that uh, knowing this information it's one more piece of the puzzle. And to me personally, it's my humble view that we came here to Earth to learn about how the Earth system works, and to learn the connection of the sun with the earth, and like the things like the Schumann resonances. Not trying to fix them, not trying to change them, not trying to improve them, but just learn about them as they are. I think that's part of what the human um, mission here should be, was supposed to be. It is. I think that's the number one reason for being here, is to learn about the earth, right? It's simple enough, right? Why are we here? Learn about the earth, right? What else is there? You can spend all your life, many lifetimes, learning about the earth, and there's still so much more to it, right? You're never going to know all about the earth, right? How about that? Don't worry about the other planets. Don't worry about the moon, Mars, sun, just the planet, just the earth, right? So that's to me. So that's, this gets back to the discussion of grounding, of why it's important when I am talking about the Schumann resonances, when I'm talking about amplitude and the magnetics and electromagnetic gravity field, which is the Schumann resonances, the EMGF, electromagnetic gravity field of the Schumann resonances. Why do I talk about grounding? I mention it here in the comments. When I read comments while I'm doing the show, I talk about it on the show. I read comments about grounding. Uh, I have some of my videos about grounding. I go on regularly about it. Why is it the guy that talks about the Schumann resonances, why does he talk as much as he does about grounding? And quite honestly, I would like to talk more about it, but that's, it is its own thing that has to be sort of, kept in the back. Because there's more that needs to be talked about with the Schumann resonances than just one particular topic. But how is this relevant to you, right? What is the electromagnetic gravity in the environment having to do with you? Well, you're feeling a little bit overworked, anxious, a little bit, frazzled, right? You're feeling at the end of your nerves and you don't know why. Someone said something to you and it just went off you the wrong way, and you don't know why, and it shouldn't have, and I didn't mean it that way, but they took it, and whoa, and like these kind of things. There you go. Everyone is an open, exposed nerve, and that's why. That is why, because I can tell you all about the electromagnetics, the gravity, and the technical part. I will tell you all about that. And at the end of the day, you're still left with the question, what does this have to do with me, and how is it affecting me? It's that simple, right? If there's anything out of all of this that becomes the most relevant thing, is how is this affecting me? And so this is one of the reasons why my guides told me that I need to do this, is because as things get kind of heated up in the environment, people are going to be just a walking loose cannon and one big exposed nerve. And I was allowed to live for months and months in a tent in the woods as a means of learning how to meditate, grounding, and working on myself, and how to um, and so because of that, I I'm one of the calmest ones that are around, but a lot of people are losing their shit because it is that time. It is that time where a lot of stuff is broken down, and people need to, people need to accept a lot of stuff is breaking down, and it's going to be going away. And until you can kind of wrap your head around that, as stuff breaks down around you, you'll start losing your shit, right? As you're attached to more stuff, as you are attached to your stuff, the more stuff you have, and that includes different relationships with people as well, which some of it may be toxic. As you release these densities, these attachments, these bonds to material stuff around you, you start doing better. You're not as worked up, you're not as frazzled, you're not as, nervous, you're not as anxious, nauseous. There's a number of symptoms that develop over time, and if you are if you're holding on to your stuff and attached to it in a mental sense, you're attached to it, then you are going to have a hard time in this time here getting having growth and moving on. You're always going to be kind of stuck in the what's broken, right? And I hopefully this makes sense to someone, to people, to you. And if it does, please leave me a comment. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I want to make sure, just because it makes sense to me coming out doesn't mean it's going to make sense to you as you receive it. So as we talk about, like the the one of the things that the Schumann is there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the Schumann resonances are and what they do. And so it's part of one of the reasons why I'm here, to help kind of dissuade people from the notion of what they actually do. I'm reading the comment here, Bradley. Alex mentioned about being with the crowd or on your own page. Yeah, that was part of a discussion that we had about well, and generally speaking, that was part of a discussion we had about people as a particle or people as a wave. That is, I think, a topic of discussion that perhaps more people should have. And it's a concept for one to wrap their mind around. But we are all made up of light. In your your genetics, the spark of life, everything is borrowed from God, from the Creator. All right, so light can act as a particle or a wave depending on how you perceive it. Okay, so the amplitude, technically the amplitude part is the particle, and it moves in a kind of straight line, and it's kind of held together through electronic bonds. So wave can also be, light can also be a wave, which moves as a coherent kind of, it's a coherent structure. So we talk about, Alex and I, we've had this discussion, an ongoing discussion about people as a wave and people as a particle. So the people as the particle are those who have the ability to think independently, to think for themselves, that are, willing to take a risk, willing to kind of stand up, speak up, those that are not embedded into the crowd, right? So we have two different polarities of the particle or the wave. Okay, so this is the question. This is the how do we say this? This is the I'm having a hard time figuring out the word, but the motive, the modus operandi. This is the main question here, the main drive here of you in your life, me in my life. Are you the particle or are you the wave? Right. So the question Bradley asked, or the statement, there's no question mark, but the statement, Alex commented about being with the crowd or on your own page. Now he has it in a different way, but we're talking about the wisdom of the crowd, and that's sort of what that's one of the things that we're kind of talking about as well. That in this discussion of the data coming from the Italians, there was this huge peak of 11K Hertz that was just on their machine because it could measure. It measures up to 11,000. They have this, up to 15,000, but they have it arranged, designed, engineered so it can pick up these high frequency, thing for specific reasons. And then there's Tomsk, who has it set at a lower threshold that they're only going to measure up to 40 because that's what they're doing on their thing. So there was a lot of misunderstanding of what the one station was doing and confusion that of one station has the same purpose of another. And so that's one of the discussions we've had here in this, of the false data, of a false narrative. Yeah, decibels, yeah, basically. Is the false narrative of the manipulated data coming from Tomsk, because the Italians picked up a huge spike. So there's a mass of people, the wave of the particle, there's a mass of people who were of the notion that Tomsk has, falsified data, and they're holding on to this view, and it's not correct. And that's a conversation that I've had with people. It's a topic of conversation. It's still something that's out there of people. Somehow it gets out there, and then you have a group of people that kind of all mold around, they cohese into this idea of, the conspiracy theory. Well, they're censoring data. And once the idea gets out there, you can't dissuade them from that, because the person and their thinking, this group, they formed into a coherent wave that is operating at the frequency. So now a couple people have gotten together and they have reinforced something. It's not true. It didn't happen, but it's now been established, the people as a wave theory. They've established it. They talk to each other about it. And then they have this coherent theory of this wave that they propagate forward, and it can take out some people, right? So that's when we talk about the difference between people as a particle and people as a wave. That's what we're talking about. That people, you could be potentially of your own accord, have your own mind, and do what you want to do, or you're going to do what you and your friends have always done. And that's part of the thing of this, that in the greater scheme of things here, free will of people, you have that ability that you can choose to be this or that, depending on your parameter, depending on your energy level. Sometimes it's just easier to go with the crowd. I mean, that's the thing too. That's, not everyone wants to take the energy and the time and the resources to stand up and to say something and to be, noticed. Some people just kind of want to just go along with the crowd because it's easier. And that's the, part of the thing of the wave is that it kind of propels you by its own momentum. You know, you don't have to think for yourself. You don't have to take any effort to think. You can just do what everyone else is doing, you know. So, yeah, Bradley, apparently yes. There's 2 stations in Italy that have antennas that pick up the magnetic waves. That's of the last that I knew, last recording. Yeah, most of them pick up the electric side of it. Excuse me, pardon me. The magnetic side of the signal is more difficult to pick up. It's needs more amplification. I think it's more difficult to come up with a good signal from the magnetic side with their induction coils. It's different. It's not as strong of a signal. I think in part that's one of the problems with it as well. All right. So, all right. So I just wanted to give the difference, you know, give a little bit of a difference between the two signals, one from Tomsk, one from Italy. Here's this continued line here at 17. Right, and so when you look at this, here, you can't even really see a signal at 17 hertz here. You know, like you see a lot of at the Russian station, you see a lot of activity at lower frequencies, and so you see a lot of this action at lower frequencies, and it's all well kind of under 10 hertz or 8 hertz, and there's not this kind of activity going on over here at the Italian station. They're not measuring the same way, the same thing that Tomsk is. All right. Where am I at? All right. I don't know. I think I'm going to end this soon because it's late for me here. I've done almost 3.5 hours, and I'm just kind of tired right now, and I'm yawning. So, all right. So, on that cheery note, I want to thank you all for being here tonight, and I very much appreciate everyone for being here, for your love and support. Thank you, Bradley. I'm going to end this soon. I'm going to play some music, and then I'm going to kind of fade off. So thank you everyone for being here. I'm going to kind of leave up some Schumann resonance related stuff so you can see it. And thank you very much. Have a great night, everyone. I appreciate you all for being here. And I will probably be doing a live stream tomorrow. I'm not sure if Alex will be here, but it'll be soon. And so, on that cheery note, thank you all for being here. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and I am going to, I think, go to bed shortly after this. So, I appreciate the love, the support. Y'all are wonderful. Thank you. Have a great rest of your night. Let's see, we got music on here?
more.